close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands, and we'll grow in number. Fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands, and on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Turn us to thousands, and we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon. Turn us to thousands, and on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
Hello everybody, here we are back again, and finally the class I was going through, that's been done, so we don't need to worry about that. There was one thing that I wanted to discuss about, and that is the serverless, what I can say, a serverless website and a website which has server. So mainly Cloudflare provides this particular functionality, okay, and Cloudflare has its own way to write the ultimately code for it, like code for any website that you are working on. So if I talk about Cloudflare right here, so you can just visit the documentation of Cloudflare. If I can get that over here, let's go here. So ultimately what does Cloudflare do? It simply provides you serverless architecture, serverless facility. Your code will at the end of the day will be deployed on a server, but you don't have to worry about that. Cloudflare will handle everything from its own side, and the good thing is that if you have to just simply worry about writing your code. Once your code is written, just deploy it, and Cloudflare will handle everything on its own. So that is a good thing. Second, your code is going to be deployed, your website is online, you will not have to pay. Only when lots of people start visiting your website, at that time you have to start paying. Otherwise you don't even need to pay. So this is a good option when you want to deploy your websites and you don't have money, you don't want to pay for the any instance and all. So you can use Cloudflare. There's only one issue, that Cloudflare has its own documentation to write this stuff. So if I go to Cloudflare right now, Cloudflare, so you will have to go through the documentation of Cloudflare to know about it, and ultimately it has its own way. It has something called Wrangler, that is a CLI, and that is how you, come on, can't I get the documentation of it? Resources and documentation. Let's go through the documentation of it, and what I wanna go through. This is how you write code on Cloudflare, and then ultimately the thing is that your Express runs on Node.js, but Cloudflare does not. The Cloudflare's code does not run on Node.js, so that is why it has its own way of writing the things. If I can get that somewhere, developer products, AI products 0. Let me turn the chats on as well. Anyway, chats are gonna be on for now, because of course I'm here to talk, and I will be just talking about the things that I've gone through. Features AI. So is there anything? Docs directory. Okay, AI agents and all. Well, I'm not really sure if I can get that today. That's crazy. Get started. RESTful APIs. REST APIs. Okay, browser rendering, REST APIs. Overview fetching, HTML. Oh, this is not what I'm looking for. Okay, let's forget about this thing. In short, Cloudflare has its own way of writing your backend code, your front-end code, and you will have to write your code that way. And when the good thing is that if you know that, you can directly deploy your code, and your website is going to be online, and you will not have to pay any money at all for that. So that is the benefit of using this. Now I will have to maybe go to workers or something, and then look for the right place where the things have been described. pages, maybe workers. This is the thing that I am looking for, workers. Let's click on that, and after that once you have found workers, durable objects, give me a second, and let me find that. Getting started, CLI, and okay, this is how from here you can just learn the things, how the things actually work. And if you are actually gonna write the backend code, so this is how you are gonna be writing the backend code. Of course, it simply guides you with the process and all, how you can just get the stuff done. But in short, if I just try to put it in words, simply Cloudflare provides you the facility where you can write the code and directly deploy it on Cloudflare. You won't have to worry about deployment and all. You don't have to worry about scale and all. Cloudflare will handle everything on its own side. And the good thing is that you don't need to pay any money. Even Cloudflare is free until unless you are getting lots of visitors. So this is how you can create the create your website. And then because the way Cloudflare docs tells us to write the code, that is quite different. That is different from Express. So you can use a website called Hono. That website writes the Cloudflare code only, but that code looks like Express one. So if you actually go to basics and actually look at the code, so this code app.get and then your route, and at the end of the day you just get context, and then you just simply return that. So it mostly looks like Express, but again this is Hono code, and Hono is just a framework for Cloudflare, because writing Cloudflare code is so verbose, so I mean it's tedious. There are so many things that you actually have to handle. That is why a person came up and that person built a library on top of Cloudflare, and that library is just like Express. So you have to write now Express like code, and that code will be converted into Cloudflare code, and that code will be deployed, as simple as that. And when it comes to Cloudflare, if today I can find that, if I can find templates, let me do. These are the templates. Okay, examples. Oh, I should be able to find that. Okay, HTTP. Ultimately, Cloudflare gives you everything. Whether you wanna write HTTP basic authentication, fetch HTML, return JSON, and all. Let's click on HTTP basic authentication, and it will be telling you exactly how you can write the code on Cloudflare. The thing is that if you actually have a look at the code right here, so what is happening over here? First of all, of course, we are getting the buffer and all, encoder and all. And if I can get that, here it starts from here. Ultimately you get a fetch request, and when that request comes, you need to find out what is the type of URL of the request. So with the help of the request, you will get the URL. On the basis of the URL path name, you will be deciding what kind of path does that request have, / logout, and on top of that you will have to check whether this is get method, this is post method, delete method, and all. So writing Cloudflare code is not not impossible, but it is like it gets too much verbose, too much tedious thing to do, and that is why a person came, I don't even know the name, and so many people actually came and they created the frameworks on top of it. So you have to use those frameworks. The code will be converted into Cloudflare this type of code, and this will be deployed. And when I talk about deployment, so you have to just run npm run deploy. This will be deployed on Cloudflare, and once it is deployed on Cloudflare, you can easily go to workers, and if I can check that today, developers platform. Here I have deployed 3 apps over here. First of all is Hono app, second one is my first worker, and then one more app is here. And what is the best thing is that first of all you can edit your code as well if you want. So right now I am on this Hono, oh my god, my index.js looks like this. This is crazy. If I can find it today. Okay, let's not worry about this. So ultimately you can edit the code over here, and not only this, if I can exit it now, once your code is deployed on once your code is deployed on Cloudflare, you will get the link, and you have to just click on the link and you will get the result of that. By the way, I will have to write Hono app.codingthecode.workers.ref/1, and then I should be getting the answer. It's saying you don't have the access. That means I have to provide the authentication bearer token, of course. Then only I will get the result, and I can get the result on over here on Postman. If I send the request, I'm getting the result from with the help of the URL, and this response is coming from the website that is hosted on Cloudflare for free, and it will be hosted continuously. I don't have to worry about that. So this is the best thing. So ultimately, if you learn how to write code in Hono, you don't even need to know how to code, because that is just express like code. But once you wrote that, you can deploy that and your website is online. The another thing is that there's something called Lambda. AWS provides this functionality. So let's go to AWS. Cloudflare asks you to write in Cloudflare's way, right? You cannot write code in Express and expect that code to work. But in Cloudflare, you can actually in Lambda, you can actually deploy an Express server, and that will just be deployed. And again, you won't be charged for that. So let's even check that particular thing out, whether it actually works or not. So there is something called Lambda that AWS provides. When it comes to Cloudflare, of course, you will have to write the code in Cloudflare's way, as Cloudflare's doc suggests. But on AWS, if I'm not wrong, you can actually write the code in Express, and that code can be deployed on Lambda, and you will not be charged for it. That is the best thing. So let's try this thing, and this is again gonna be serverless process. Like, you won't have to worry about server and all. So AWS, I'm gonna log in inside here. Let's see if I can log in today. Authentication failed. Nice. Okay, I just had a look at that Lambda thing. Let me go to here, console home, Lambda. Yeah, this is the one. And over here, I can just simply write my Express code if I'm not wrong. I'm not sure, but let's check this thing out. Create a function. Scratch, use blueprint to author from scratch. How about use a blueprint? Hello, container image. Let's go with this one. Use a blueprint. Hello world application I will be creating. This is going to use Node.js. So yeah, maybe on Cloudflare Bun is being used, if I'm not wrong. I'm not quite sure about this particular thing. On AWS, you can actually use Node.js. That means you can write Express app, and everyone knows how to write Express app. If you can just write the code locally, that means you know that. Then you can just simply write your Express code. You can give it the name, my HTTP app and all. It will be running Node.js. That is the best thing. That means you can easily deploy it, and your Express code is going to be running. By the way, over here there's some kind of handler that we are getting, and then we are returning the key and all. Okay, this is the Lambda function. And okay, what else can I do over here? Create a basic with the Lambda permissions, use an existing role, and create a roles from. Okay, got it. This is gonna be all right. And anything else that I need to do? Let's create the function, and let's see. Once the function is created, I should be able to write my Express code. That's what I expect, and I don't know what's gonna happen after that. And once I have written that, the close should be deployed, and I should not be worry about deployment. I should not be worried about scale and all. Nothing. Just write the code, deploy it, and you are done. So let's see what's gonna happen. Configure AWS CLI, code and test and deploy and invoke. Let's dismiss it for now. And right now our machine that ultimately that Lambda function has been created. What is the next thing? Template. I'm just exploring this right now. I'm not sure how it's gonna work, but I hope I will be able to get the way around. So throttle copy, I can just simply upload from. Okay, I can upload from here. Open in Visual Studio Code. I can open this in Visual Studio Code as well. And apart from this particular thing, from here there must be an option to just run it. That's right. And what I want to do here, first of all, let's call it like this. Can I make the color? And this is how the code looks like. This is how Lambda functions look like. So ultimately I think there must be a way. I just heard that there is a way that you can write your Express code, but right now the Lambda functions are written here. You just simply get an event, and once you got the event, you get the context. Again, what is the context? Context saves everything, your request and response in it, and then you have to just simply go on. Okay, so let's keep it like this. Is there any way to just simply change the color? I don't really think so. What else can I write here? Loading function. And once I got the event, I can do one thing. Event.key. Okay, I can provide the key as well, and that is actually a good thing. I'm getting the event keys, and it should be fine. If I want, I can just console.log, and that's gonna be context. So this is how the code is being written in MJS. If I'm not wrong, I should be able to create a file called index.js, and once the file is created, I should be able to write a express code. Well, again, cannot be sure about this particular thing. That means I'm gonna be exploring this thing more and more. And once this thing is done, what is the next thing that I can do? Switch to old editor. That is great. And let's open terminal. ls. I actually have to switch to terminal. Download a SAM template, export down. What the hell is this? Okay, I don't really need that. But ultimately, yeah, on Cloudflare we have Cloudflare's way. Over here on AWS we have this way, and you can actually test it. CloudWatch logs live test it. What's gonna be happening after that? This is the response that you get from the app. Format JSON, great job. My event name and all. Okay, monitor. Okay, configuration, aliases, versions. Ultimately, what I wanted to show you that there is something on AWS as well where you can create Lambda functions, and they are gonna be used for deploying your application. And the most important thing is that you are not charged for that. So, quite interesting stuff that I just came to know recently. As for building the websites, I will be building website on Cloudflare because I know how to use Cloudflare, how the things work over there. And on top of Cloudflare, I will be using Hono library so that I can write Express-like code, and that code gets converted into Cloudflare's code, and then that's simply deployed. So that is what I will be focusing on maybe in further coming days. As for AWS, first of all, I will have to learn about it, and then I can just simply go ahead. So this is the plan for now. If I can actually delete this function, Lambda function that I have created, that would be great for me. Dashboard, applications, functions that I have created. So this is one of the functions that I have created, and from here I can delete it if I don't wanna get charged for it, because of course I think these things are not gonna charge unless lots of people visit. Confirm. That's great. So let's talk about the Cloudflare and all from the beginning. And once we have done talking about that, then I will be switching to something else. As for this one, I do not have lots of EC2 instances. Rather, I will say I have none right now. And as for the credits, 179 again dollars. They are pretty enough. Okay, let's continue from here on. So what is the thing that I wanted to talk about? First of all, there is something called Cloudflare. Okay, and of course you can go through the Cloudflare's doc, and you will come to know how you can actually write the code on Cloudflare and all. And it's pretty simple. I mean, you have to just go with their get started section, just follow everything whatever they are suggesting, and done. And mostly when it comes to the definition and all, so let me just talk about that. So this is the first thing that I want to go through. Serverless backend. Let's go through serverless backends, and of course that is Cloudflare that I'm going to be talking about. And the first thing is going to be this. So there's the Cloudflare website, you can easily search online. And let's talk about serverless backends. So first thing, what are backends servers? I mean, of course, if there are backends, then they will have their own servers. So what are they? You might have used Express to create a backend server, of course. The way to run it usually node index.js, which starts a process on a certain port 3000, for example. When you have to deploy it on the internet, there are few ways. First of all, go to AWS, GCP or Azure or Cloudflare, depends on which particular section you go to. Ultimately, you can go to cloud like AWS, create an instance and deploy it over there. Rent a virtual machine and deploy your app, put it in an R2 scaling group, deploy it in a Kubernetes cluster, and etc. There are a few downsides to doing this. Taking care of how and when to scale, base cost even if no one is visiting your website. The thing is that if you have deployed your website on where? On AWS, even if there is nobody, there's nobody visiting your website, you will still have to pay for that. And that is where I can say Cloudflare or the serverless system comes in plays the role. Okay, so this thing is done. And base cost event if no, okay, got it. Monitor various servers to make sure no server is down. What if you could just write the code and someone else could take care of all these problems? Simple thing. What is the thing? Once you write the code, you have to, after writing the code, you will have to deploy it, and then when you start deploying it, there are tons of things you have to take care of. What if you can just simply write the code and deployment section is done by others? They will take care of the code. Don't worry about that. Just write the code. As simple as that. So let's continue with this thing too. Let's keep it over here if I can. This thing. Alright, what is the next thing that we are gonna be discussing right now? That is serverless is a backend deployment in which the cloud provider dynamically manages the allocation and provisioning of servers. The term serverless doesn't mean there are no servers involved. Instead, it means that developers and operators do not have to worry about the servers. Like there is your application is at the end of the day will be deployed on a server, but you as a developer will not have to worry about that. Easier definition: what if you could just write your express routes and run a command app and the app automatically deploys? So deploy auto scale charges you on a per request basis rather than you paying for a virtual machine. Problems with this approach: more expensive at scale. So the thing is that if lots of people will start visiting your website, so it's gonna be more expensive than an AWS machine. Could cold start problem. Suppose you have deployed your app on suppose on a serverless system, ultimately I can call it. So over there, the thing is that if no one is visiting your website, after some time it will be cold, like it will not be on, and whenever it gets a request from a person, it starts. So starting time can be a little, and after that only the user will be able to get the response. So ultimately it takes the starting time, and that is what we call it cold start, because first of all it's cold, it's not running, and then suddenly when it gets the request it starts running. So the starting time it takes, that is something, the delay to get the response, that can be the problem. And the solution is to just keep pinging your website. So like in every 10 seconds you are pinging your website over and over, so that the server doesn't stop. This is the one of the solutions. And the second solution could be the warm ping or something. Yeah, it's like you will have to pay some money to Cloudflare, and Cloudflare will make sure that Cloudflare is giving making a worker run your website. It's like that. If you are not paying money, Cloudflare will not use any worker to run your website unless Cloudflare actually gets a request. So as soon as Cloudflare gets the request, it makes the worker open up your website, run your server, and then you get the response. But if you are not, the Cloudflare is not getting any request, then it will be off, as simple as that. And as soon as it gets the request, it turns itself on and then sends the response back. So the turning on time can be the problem, and there are a few solutions to this, and you can just go with that. Okay, what can be the next thing? Famous serverless providers. Again, there are many famous backend serverless providers. Like right now we are talking about Cloudflare. There is something called AWS Lambda. Over there you can also create a function, and then you can deploy the website. And then there is Cloudflare, Google Cloud Functions. So let's talk about AWS functions. Let's click over here. If I can get it here, come on. Serverless computing, AWS Lambda. Again, we can create the free account. What is AWS Lambda? Run code without provisioning or managing servers, creating workload aware cluster scaling logic, maintaining event integrations, or managing runtimes. Ultimately, you don't need to worry about anything. Just write your code on Lambda and it will be deployed. You won't even have to pay money unless lots of people are visiting. Run code for virtually any type of application or backend, and yeah, it looks good right now. Run code for virtually any type of application or backend service. Just upload your code as a zip file or container image. Either you can create the container using Docker of course, or you can just create the zip file, and Lambda automatically allocates compute execution power and runs your code based on the incoming request or event for any scale of traffic. Doesn't matter how big traffic you are going to get. Lambda is going to handle it from its own side. If you are getting lots of, and again, you will be charged on the basis of request. The more requests you get, the more you will be charged. If you don't get any request, you will not be charged. So this is the thing. Write Lambda functions in your favorite language, Node.js, Python, Go, Java, and more. The best thing is that you can actually write your Lambda function in Node.js. What was happening on Cloudflare? Cloudflare was not using Node.js. How was Node.js built? There was V8 engine in web browsers. Then someone took that V8 engine out, added some code from its own side, and this is how Node.js run environment got created. And what did Cloudflare do? Cloudflare also took the V8 engine out, added some extra code on top of V8 engine, and it created something called Wrangler or Cloudflare. So ultimately, Node.js is able to run the Express application, but Cloudflare cannot run the Express application. Express application heavily relies on Node.js, and Cloudflare does not have Node.js. Maybe it has one or something, I'm not sure, but it definitely does not have Node.js run environment. So Cloudflare has its own run environment, and that is why it's not able to run your Express. So you will have to write your code in Cloudflare's way, and that is why there are some libraries exist. They write Express like code, not Express code, but the code looks like Express, so it's easy to write that. Having said that, when it comes to AWS, so you can write code in Node.js, Python, Go, Java, and more. So that is the benefit, that if you actually switch to AWS. On Cloudflare, you will have to just stick with the Cloudflare's doc. Over here you can write the code just like this, and use both serverless and container tools such as AWS, SAM, and Docker CLI to build, test, and deploy your functions. That's amazing. Let's continue from here. Use cases: web applications, machine learning, and data processing. Either you of course script web applications, machine learning I'm no idea about, because of course I'm yet learning about it. By combining AWS Lambda with other AWS services, developers can build powerful web applications that automatically scale up and down and run in a heavily available configuration across multiple data centers with zero administrative effort required for scalability, backups, or multi-data center redundancy. Ultimately, you don't need to worry about it. Once your code is written, your website is online. If you get more people or you get less people, even you don't have to worry about that. Everything will be handled by AWS, of course. Then machine learning and all. Then AWS, this is okay. Create a free account. This is how you can create the web. Okay, videos. Big data analysis, introduction to AWS Lambda and servers. Okay, AWS relevant. These are the videos that you can actually watch. And after that, what is the next thing? Done. Ultimately, this is what AWS Lambda does. Okay, and then when it comes to Cloudflare functions, so let's even check Google's Cloudflare exactly. What do we get here? We have Firebase. Google's. Okay, there is something called AWS. AWS provides Lambda. There is something called Firebase. Firebase actually provides again these serverless functionality. Cloud functions in Firebase is serverless framework. Okay, so it provides cloud functions. So cloud functions for Firebase is a serverless framework that lets you automatically run backend code in response to events triggered by background events, HTTP requests, the admin SDK, and all cloud scheduler jobs. Your JavaScript, TypeScript, or Python code, JavaScript, TypeScript, or Python code is stored on Google Cloud infrastructure and runs in a managed environment. There's no need to manage and scale. Okay, it does the same job. Ultimately, you have to just write your code and it will just handle the deployment from its own side. By the way, you can just click on get started. Okay, what is happening over here? This is how you write the code over here. Okay, require, you get the things, initialize the app, and request.text, add messages on request body, original. Well, the thing is that I will have to go through it. I will have to learn. Overall things are clear. Like you can write your code here, how the code is written, how is the exact process. Of course, that thing is yet to be discovered, but never mind. Let's go ahead. And lastly, we have Cloudflare. We have even learned about Cloudflare. We even know how to do it on Cloudflare. The thing is that we don't know how to do it on Lambda. We don't Lambda AWS. I'm saying we. I don't know how to do it on Lambda. I don't know how to do it on Firebase, but I do know how to write code on Cloudflare using directly Cloudflare's way, or you can use Hono website and then you can upload. And some of the applications, some of the apps that I have uploaded over here, that is one of the Hono app and all. These are just the testing apps, but yeah, they have been uploaded. So ultimately you can write and your code and it will be uploaded. That's great. Let's continue from here on. What is the next thing? The question is, when should you use serverless architecture? Either you can buy a server for yourself or you can use serverless architecture. Either go to AWS or any like virtual machine provider, buy a machine for you, over there deploy your server and all, or use serverless architecture. Again, server will be used but you won't have to worry about that. When you have to get get off the ground fast and don't want to worry about deployments, whenever you just wanna make the applications and you don't wanna worry about the deployment, use serverless architecture. When you can't anticipate the traffic and don't want to worry about auto scaling, suppose you don't know how much traffic you are going to be getting, this is a better option. If you have very low traffic and want to optimize for cost, the thing is that this serverless architecture, they don't cost you money, they don't ask you to pay money, because they charge you on the basis of the request you get. If you're not getting any request, they will not charge. And even there are free limit, like at this particular limit you can get keep using it for free. So good luck with that. Let's have some water. Yeah, alrighty, let's talk about Cloudflare worker setup. Ultimately, no credit card is required. That is the thing that you have to keep in mind, and then you can just simply start creating that. Try creating a ultimately worker common worker example and try it hitting the URL at which they required. Okay, great. Cloud workers work. How do they work? How does they work? I mean, do they work? How workers work? Wow. How workers works? Okay, let's simply go ahead. It simply says that the overall thing is that as soon as they get your request, they response back. Otherwise, there will be cold shutdown behavior, something like that. But let's go through this. Through Cloudflare workers behave similarly to Java's. Okay, I'm saying through. That is though. Though Cloudflare workers behave similarly to JavaScript in the browser or in Node.js, there are a few differences in how you have to think about your code. Under the hood, the workers runtime use the V8 engine, the same engine used by Chromium and Node.js. Of course, Node.js uses the V8 engine too. The workers runtime also implements many of the standard APIs available in most modern web browsers. What are they? They can be, even you can just have a look at them. You can have a look at them. Browser application on centralized server. What do client side and server side mean, and client side versus server side? Well, okay, let's not go through it right now. The workers also okay, the differences between JavaScript written for browsers and Node.js happen at runtime rather than running on individual's machine. The differences between JavaScript written for the browser or Node.js happen at runtime rather than running on individual's machine. For example, a browser application on a centralized server. Workers functions run on Cloudflare's global network. Really? Okay. A growing global network of thousands and of machines distributed across hundreds of locations. So what is happening that the thing is that JavaScript written for the browser or Node.js happen at runtime rather than running on individual's machine. So what is that thing? Okay, never mind. I even just left that. Okay, I even didn't get the proper meaning of it. The differences between JavaScript written for the browser or Node.js happen at runtime rather than running on individual's machine. For example, a browser application on server or on a centralized server. Worker functions run on Cloudflare's global network. It's clear it runs on a global network and it has lots of distributions across the globe. Each of these machines have host an instance of the workers runtime, and each of those runtime is capable of running thousands of user defined applications. This guide will review some of those differences. Okay, it's too much actually. Computer per request, then distributed execution, relate resources, and I will be just going through it, and that is it. Isolates. V8 orchestrator isolates lightweight contexts that provide your code with variables it can access and safe environment to be executed within. You could even consider an isolator, a sandbox for your function to run in. Okay, and let's go through this much only, and then we will be done, and then I will be switching to the something like project thing and all. A single instance of the runtime can run hundreds of thousands of isolates seamlessly, switching between them. Each isolate's memory is completely isolated, so each piece of the code is protected from the untrusted or user written code on the runtime. Isolates are also designed to start very quickly. Instead of creating a virtual machine for each function, an isolate is created within an existing environment. This model eliminates the cold starts of the virtual machine model. He's simply saying that instead of running one index.js file, that index.js file will run in very small virtual machines, many virtual machines, and they kind of they will have their own environments. They will be like a small piece of code, but that will be running, and then you can just send the request anytime to that, and it will responsive back if I got the right idea. Unlike the other serverless providers which use a containerized process, each running an instance of a language runtime, workers pays the overhead of JavaScript's runtime. Once on the start of the container, worker processes are able to run essentially limits scripts with almost no individual overhead. Any given isolate can start around 100 times faster than a Node.js process on a container or virtual machine. Notably, on startup, isolates consume an older or magnitude-less memory. Traditional architecture is this: you are running one process workers V8 isolates. What is the overall idea? That either you run index.js file in one pod, or you actually make lots of small environments and that index.js file is being run something like that. Okay, computes per request. I had rather, like, I'd better take the help of AI and all and explain with this particular thing, but it's not that much required right now, so I will not be discussing much about it. Overall, we got that okay, there are some kinds of workers, they run your app. Workers are the ones which actually take care of deployments and all. You just write your code in them, and they take care about the deployment, and whenever they get any request, they just simply send you response back, as simple as that. Done. So this thing is clear. Isolates. Okay, next thing. Okay, how can we create a worker? So this thing, npm create Cloudflare app. Done. Exploring package Wrangler notice. Okay, npm run dev, and this is how the JSON is going to be written. Where is the express code HTTP server? Where is the express code HTTP server? Cloudflare expects you to just write the logic to handle a request. Creating an HTTP server on top is handled by Cloudflare. Okay, we have to just simply write the code. HTTP backend, everything else will be created by the Cloudflare. So this thing is done, and in Express we write like this, and here this is the thing, and how to get query params. Cloudflare does not expect a routing library HTTP server out of the box. You can write a full application with just the constructors available above. You will eventually see how you can use the frameworks like Express Cloud. Okay, got that. So ultimately we have some kinds of constructors, and we have to write our code in them, and we can just deploy the code directly. I will even create a code like website. Let's create a website using Cloudflare. First of all, let's create a write an application in Cloudflare, and then switch to Hono and all. So we will be doing all these things. It's not a big deal. First of all, I wanted to go through it all. Okay, deploying a worker. Now that deploying it on the internet, use Wrangler. Okay, what about this? Parse query strings with Cloudflare workers. By the way, this is the way you write the code on Cloudflare. Add event listener, fetch event pass through. On exceptions, often you know the best. URL and get params, etc. I'm using the following method. What is he doing that? First of all, he is getting the request URL. Once he got the request URL search slice one split and query string is equal to for each item kv split. Oh, at the end of the day, what they are getting what? Parse URL query strings with the Cloudflare worker. So actually, maybe there's a lot of headache that you need to take care of while actually working with Cloudflare, but okay. That is why there are some libraries. One of them is Hono. That is quite great. Use Wrangler command line. Excuse me, just suffering a little bit right now. Wrangler, the Cloudflare developer platform command line interface CLI allows you to manage workers, manage worker projects. So even this thing is something that we have to go through. And log into Cloudflare. Okay, npx login. This is how we can log in. Deploy. How can we can deploy? This is how we can deploy. This is how we can write. Next. Adding Express to it, we can't. Why can't we use Express? Why does Why does Cloudflare? Why does Cloudflare doesn't start off with a simple Express boilerplate? Let's go through even this one. We have something like this, and Express heavily relies on Node.js. So let's even go through this. Being a developer, I really love Cloudflare pages for hosting static apps, but front-end apps usually need API to get dynamic data. That is right. I have existing Express app that I would like to transfer to workers in addition to transferring my front-end app to Cloudflare pages. Is it known whether Express support will be added for Cloudflare workers? So it's unlikely you will see specifically Express on workers due to its deep Node.js dependency. Ultimately, Express heavily the same thing over here that we have. This was the question somebody asked, like Express support for workers, because we have workers on Cloudflare. Somebody asked like, okay, is it going to be supported? Is Express going to be supported? This is the answer. Like it's unlikely you will see specifically. Can I zoom it a bit? Yeah, seems like that. So it's unlikely you will see specifically Express on workers due to its deep Node.js dependencies. However, there are a lot of options that you will probably feel right at home with and have very similar APIs, something like Express. Okay, first one is Hono, that of course I used. Second one is this one. Third one is this one. So Hono I know about. Ultra fast web framework for Cloudflare workers. Burn and Node.js fast, but not only fast. Fast, but not okay. That's the logo of theirs. Then this is something that we have. Worktop. What does this do? It is again helps us write the code. This is how we write the code here. So API dot add get, and then the request we get the response, and ultimately this code will be converted into Cloudflare worker, yeah, code. But this is how you write this thing. Again, it is like Express like code. So yeah, it works. So you can use some of the libraries. This is one of them. And apart from this thing, we had one more library that is called what? Which one? The another one that was come on, what is the name? ET router. And I think you will be able to, okay, again the same thing you are doing over here, router.get, and then you are writing your just code. So things are like this. Like there are some libraries, and rather I must say there are some Express like libraries that actually help you just write the code. And at the end of the day, Hono is one of them that I'll be writing code in. So even I will be just saving this thing over here if I can do that today. So let's do it over here. /web. This is important. And as for this thing, hi, thanks for answer. As I said, I already have APIs created with Express, so transforming them to something else would be additional work. Can I ask you what are the differences between functions and workers? Functions and workers. I'm not that familiar with Cloudflare services. I'm still exploring all the options. Functions use workers under the hood, but are an opinionated way to run your apps with pages. You can deploy both your front and back end this way and use functions file based routing for easy handling of custom API routes and static etc. Alright, let's get rid of this thing now. And anything else that is missing right now, we have gone through. You can split all your handlers in a file. Okay, if you actually want, how you can just do it. So this is also one of the page. Create a generic handler that you can forward requests to from either Express or Hono or native Cloudflare. So I can link the Node.js compatibility docs for workers. It is important to know that workers run on a different runtime built by Cloudflare, not Node.js. The thing is that Express runs on Node.js. That is the runtime for Express, right? Express is first of all, Express heavily relies on Node.js. It runs on Node.js, and as for this, that if I talk about workers, they run on a different runtime built by Cloudflare. What is the name of runtime? I don't know. Okay, the name could be anything. The name even doesn't matter. Okay, the thing is that Cloudflare built its own runtime environment. How it built? How was Node.js built? We took V8 engine out, added some code on top of that, and then this is how Node.js was built. And then Express, somebody created Express because normally we had to write HTTP servers on Node.js. So somebody created a framework called Express, and now you are writing the code with the help of Express. That is again running on Node.js runtime environment. Similarly, Cloudflare, it also created its own runtime environment, and there is something called workers that runs on that Cloudflare runtime environment. So what are workers? Just like we have Express for creating HTTP servers, the same we have workers. Workers does everything. They create your server. You just have to write the code and done. So workers, this is just a name. It simply handles your code. It simply runs your code. Whatever you write over there, it will simply run your code, as simple as that. Okay, I don't expect compatibility for worker threads to be arriving anytime soon. If you really need to deploy a Node.js app, I would search more for classic serverless option. If you can split your app into small components and I don't need to rely heavily on Node.js, Cloudflare workers are an amazing option, and there are routing libraries for them as well. That's great. Good to know that. And ultimately, this is how you can make it work. Slash users middlewares and then get a okay. This is great. Let's do even one thing. Let's get it from here. Let's get it from here and keep it over here. And one more thing I would like to keep it here. Ultimately, if you wanna deploy your application, if you have an Express application, right? This is the Express router over. This is how we write the code on Express. So we have app.get, and then this is the route middleware, and ultimately we have this code written inside there. So try to get the overall things written, like the common things, the written at the in a function or something. So I wrote get user, and I'm giving it the user ID. It returns me the user, and simply I'm returning the user. And this particular function I have written over here. So this is the function, gets the user ID, simply makes a request to the DB and returns the user. Once that's done, now I have created this function, and the good thing is that I can use this function in a Cloudflare router as well, in Express router as well. So again, Express has its own way of writing because it gets the route, then it uses middleware and all. And here we have altogether different way. But at the end of the day, this function can be used with both. This function can be used with Express router. This function can be used with Cloudflare router, provided whenever you are just, if you have an suppose Express server, you can just keep the code in a function that is reusable, that you think that can be used in Cloudflare router as well as in Express router, and this way you can use same function for the Cloudflare as well as Express, and you will not have to worry about much. So overall basic things you will have to change, but other things are same, like you don't need to worry about that too much. So this thing is done. apart from this particular thing, let's continue. And using Hono again, why do we not use why do we not write a code in a, what can I call, what is this, inbox? Somebody requested, wow. Suleiman requested access to, you can just view, I can request, allow this one, approve. Okay, never mind. So here we are. So what was I saying, that why do we not write code directly on Cloudflare? Because it's too much. I mean, you will have to write so many things, and that is why we have created like we have some of the websites. One of them is Hono, and let's go through Hono and all. Let's search Hono over here. Hono. This is the website, and let's go through motivation, why somebody actually created Hono. Philosophy. In this section we talk about the concept or philosophy of Hono, why Hono was created. At first I just wanted to create, hey bhaiya, how are you? Doing great, bro. At first I just wanted to create, this is the philosophy, like why Hono was created. There's a person who actually created Hono. So why did that person actually created Hono? At first I just wanted to create a web application on Cloudflare workers. I wanted to create a web application on Cloudflare workers. He wanted to create a web application using Cloudflare, but there was no good framework that works on Cloudflares. So I started building Hono. The thing is that when you write code on Cloudflare, you will have to manage lots of things. You will have to write code for lots of things. So if there is a framework that does the job for you, and you just have to work on your logic building. So that is why Hono was created. I thought it would be a good opportunity to learn how to build routing using try trees. Okay, I thought it would be a good opportunity to learn how to build a router to using try trees. Then a friend showed up with the ultra crazy fast router called regx router. And I also have a friend who created the basic architecture middleware. Okay, using only web standard APIs, we could make it work on Dino and Bun. When people asked, is there express for Bun? Is there express for Bun? We could answer no, but there is Hono. Is there express for Bun? We could answer no, but there is Hono. Although express works on Bun now. Back in time, express did not used to work on Bun, but right now of course we can run express code on Bun. But he said, as per him, like at that time they had Hono and that was working. Are you learning cloud server like AWS or more? Yeah, mainly right now I'm learning about serverless architecture over the, I mean, in which you can actually create Lambda functions on AWS, and what can we say, you can create workers on Cloudflare, and Firebase on not Firebase, functions on Firebase. So I'm just learning about serverless architecture, where you just have to focus on writing the code. Deployment will be handled by serverless architecture, websites of course, and that's it. So oh, thank you. It's like I'm learning about DevOps. So when it comes to DevOps, that means you have to focus on deployment, and there are two types of deployment. Either you can deploy serverless, or you can buy a VM machine and deploy over there. So I should know about both, and that is what I'm doing. Using only web standard APIs, we could make it work on Dino and Bun. Okay, we also have friends who make GraphQL servers, Firebase architecture, Firebase authentication, and Sentry middleware, and also we also have a Node.js adapter. An ecosystem has sprung up. In other words, Hono is damn fast, makes a lot of things possible, and works anywhere. We might imagine that Hono could become the standard for web standards. By the way, they support many libraries right now. They support, they have lots of like supports for many APIs, if I'm not wrong. I have, never mind, we'll be talking about that. So ultimately, using Hono, this is how you can go ahead. This is how they were just thinking of making it. That's great. By the way, I will be going through it. So ultimately, Hono thing is done. Then getting started basic. No. Okay, they actually support many runtimes right now. They support Dino, Bun, Fastify, Vercel. It was mainly built for Cloudflare, and now it's supporting many things like Vercel, Netflix, AWS Lambda, Node.js, most important thing Lambda. For DevOps one must know full stack first ना. हाँ वो तो है. The thing is that I am kind of okay. An average full stack developer. I cannot call myself the best developer because I have to make lots of websites to be the best one. I am an average full stack developer who can build a full stack application, who can build an average full stack application, and that is why I started learning about DevOps. Again, I have to learn a lot to just be really good at that, but I can say I'm an average full stack developer at least, if not the expert one. Working with Cloudflare workers, initialize and Hono. This thing is done. Deploying it, great. What is remaining? Middlewares. Then we can talk about the middlewares over here. Notice you have return c.txt. Notice you have to return c.text value. Where? Okay, over here. That's right. Connecting to DB. This is something interesting that okay, Prisma. Amazing. Serverless environments have one big problem. When dealing with the databases, there can be many connections open to the DB since there can be multiple workers open in various regions. That is true. What is the next thing? Ultimately, there are many workers in many places overall, and those workers are on. No, you are decent, not average. You are so good. If just reaches your level, I will be damn confident. I'm getting confident slowly. I wasn't confident a month back. Before I started coming live, I wasn't confident. The main reason behind learning in public was that I wasn't consistent. I wanted to be consistent, and since I started going live, I'm actually consistent a lot. Don't know why, but what's the reason behind it? But yeah, back 40 days ago, I did not have the confidence. Sorry. Now I can say that I can build. Okay, Prisma library has dependencies that Cloudflare runtime doesn't understand. Prisma, the library, has dependencies that Cloudflare runtime doesn't understand. Okay, connection pooling in Prisma for serverless environments. Docs, this okay. npm install Prisma init, and then database URL, initialize it, npx migrate dev. That's amazing. Then what will I be using? Console Prisma login. What am I using over here? Okay, this is something personal workspace. Okay, great. What is the next thing? Accelerate API key. I will be getting Prisma. Prisma accelerate Prisma.net accelerate.prisma. Is there something called accelerate? Okay, I will be checking that thing out. Accelerate as Prisma dependency. npm install extension accelerator and generate the Prisma client. Well, I will be learning about it. I'm yet to learn about this particular thing. So let's know about this accelerate thing. What does this do? Prisma Accelerate is a fully managed global connection pool and caching layer for your existing databases, enabling query level cache policies directly from the Prisma ORM. What's Prisma? Prisma is an ORM for your Postgres, SQL, MongoDB. Just like if you are in Munstack, so you use Mongoose, right? Mongoose is also an ORM for MongoDB. Similarly, Prisma is also an ORM. It is an ORM for MongoDB, for SQL, for Postgres, and so many others, even for Vector if I'm not wrong. With 15 plus global regions, the connection pool scales your app for global audience, particularly for serverless deployments that risk connection timeouts during peak times. Accelerate global cache hosted in 300 plus, okay, whatever. Okay, it supports Postgres, MySQL, MongoDB, PlanetScale, CockroachDB, and then MongoDB, MariaDB. Sorry, that was MariaDB. So it is the ORM for all these. Good thing is that On Prisma website, you are getting this AI feature. You can ask any question related to Prisma. How can we get started? Getting started. Enable accelerate. For that thing, you will have to Prisma accelerate. Prisma. How can we get started over here? Enable. Get started with accelerate. Enable navigation. This is all to do thing to do. I think I can do it right now. What to do thing to do? There is nothing called to do for future. Direct database URL. Install accelerate Prisma client extension. Generate Prisma client accelerate. Prisma npx Prisma generate. Okay, and if your Prisma version, okay, got that. Extend your Prisma client instance with accelerate extension. Few things like this accelerate is completely new for me. I've never used this accelerate thing, so I'll actually have to know more about it, and then I will be able to use it. I can do one thing. I can actually simply, if you learn new things from documentation or watch videos, both watch videos, read, because just by watching videos you won't get everything, and just by reading documentation you will be lost. So first of all, watch the videos on that topic, then read the documentation, go through the stuff and all. If you get stuck, take the help of AI. So combination of everything. So let's do one thing. I will be actually web marking this over here. That means I have to read this documentation as soon as possible, maybe in a couple of days, so that at least I'm done with this thing. So what can I do? This thing is done. Migrate is done. What are other things? ORM Prisma deploy to Cloudflare workers 404. Okay. Prisma docs ORM Prisma. Okay. Just a minute, let me close the door. My mom is asking me to do that. I'll be right back.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go.
Hello. Here we are back again, and let's continue. By the way, it's cold. I hope you are taking good care of yourself. Okay, let's go ahead, and this thing is done. Sign up Prisma accelerate. Prisma console login. Sign up for Prisma accelerate. Let's check this thing out now. Oh, knew it. This is not something new for me, rather I have used it earlier. Interesting. So this is a called what? Let's click on it. Personal workspace. Turbo to Prisma. Testing. Okay, these are the databases that I have created. Interesting. What is the next thing that I have to do? I often do. She says, इतना पढ़ी होती तो यहाँ नहीं होती. Try to speak in English with mom. I often do. She says, इतना पढ़ी होती तो यहाँ नहीं होती. अरे होता है भाई, मैं भी इंग्लिश में बोला करता था घर में. जब सीखना शुरू किया था ना, तो लाइक गांव में कोई कौन बोलता है इंग्लिश, तो मैंने शुरू कर दिया इंग्लिश में बोलना क्योंकि मुझे सीखना था. ये बात है 5 years पहले जब मैं 12th में था शायद. तो हाँ, होता है, मतलब सीखना है तो बोलना पड़ेगा. अब बोलो तो कैसे, खुद से बोलो. तो मैंने फिर बोलना शुरू कर दिया था इंग्लिश में, परेशान थे लोग, फिर धीरे धीरे आदत पे हो गए। अब खैर घर में हिंदी पे ही बोलता हूँ, शुरू में जरूर सबसे इंग्लिश में बोलता हूँ, इंग्लिश सीखता हूँ और ऐसे था। अब तो चलता है, जहाँ जिसकी जरूरत पड़ी, जहाँ हिंदी जरूरत पड़ी तो हिंदी बोल रहे हैं, जहाँ इंग्लिश की जरूरत पड़ी इंग्लिश बोल रहे हैं। बट इनिशियल फेज होता है जहाँ पर आपको सिर्फ इंग्लिश के ऊपर फोकस करना पड़ता है, सो दैट वो आपकी हैबिट पे आ जाए, अदरवाइज अंदर से वो कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं आता। तो हाँ, होता है इनिशियली, उधर से गुजर चुका हूँ सर। फील कर सकता हूँ क्या क्या होता है। इवन जहाँ सभी लोग हिंदी में बोल रहे थे वहाँ मैं इंग्लिश में बोला करता था। एक दो बार तो पिटने से बचा हूँ। मतलब पीटा नहीं इंग्लिश के चक्कर में, बट पिटने वाला था, ऐसी हालत आ गई थी। तो ये भी हो चुका है। चलो हटाओ, इधर आते हैं। हाँ, add API key database URL is here. Great job. What is the next thing? Prisma accelerate Prisma data net. Let's see. Prisma neondb. Let's create a new project. That's gonna be Hono project for now. Yeah, it happened. क्या कर सकते हैं, होता है। Accelerate, either you can just create Prisma project or there is something called accelerate. Boost your application performance with a scalable connection pooler and global database caching. Get started. I used to think, what is this, why do we have this, but right now I know the reason behind it. Okay, database connection string. Database connection string. Ensure all specific characters, view guide details. प्रिज्मा एक्सेलरेट, प्रिज्मा डेटा नेट। अब कोई मुझे बता दे इसका यूज कैसे करता तो मैं यूज करूँ उसका ऐसे। ES वर्जीनिया, इधर से मैं तुक्का ही लगा रहा तब से, इसे शायद मुझे खुद से लिखना पड़ेगा। डेटाबेस कनेक्शन स्ट्रिंग, वेयर विल आई गेट द, आई थिंक आई विल गेट इट फ्रॉम हियर। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आई विल हैव टू क्रिएट दिस एंड देन दैट, could be. Npm install Prisma extension accelerate. I will have to install this extension. Prisma accelerate. Getting started. When I get started, to get started with the accelerate, you will need the following: a Prisma data platform account. Click on it. I'm here. That's great. Prisma, a project that uses Prisma client or higher. If your project is using interactive transitions, you need this higher end. Okay, a hosted Postgres, SQL, MySQL, Planet, MongoDB database. I need a hosted database. Okay, then pool is going to be enabled. So let's do one thing. First of all, create the database. Just focus on creating the database. Hono is good. Hono app and create project ES Virginia. That is okay. So first of all, I created the database. Once I created the database, I should be able to use the database. Simple. Let's click on connect. This is the connect string that I have. I can directly enable pooling, and this is the URL that I got for pooling, or I can copy it and I can oh no, where is that project? Reload the page. This is here. Let's, can't I create more? You've reached your database limit for this workspace. Upgrade your plan to create more projects and databases. अरे पैसा होता तो हम यहाँ बैठे रहते। Okay, never mind. Let's go ahead. Let's delete this particular part. Hello Prisma, delete it. ओके, अब क्रिएट करते हैं शायद एक्सीलरेट। डेटाबेस यूआरएल तो ये रहा, कुछ खतरनाक सा यूआरएल मैंने दे दिया। टू यूज एक्सीलरेट, इनेबल इट फ्रॉम योर प्रिज्मा पोस्टग्रेस डेटाबेस डैशबोर्ड। इनेबल इट फ्रॉम योर प्रिज्मा पोस्टग्रेस कहाँ से इनेबल होगा भाई? जब बनता है तो बनता है, नहीं बनता है तो सर चक्कर है, घूमते रहो इधर से उधर, ऐसा होता है। ओवरव्यू, नोटिफिकेशंस, weekly compliances, DPA, service tokens, profile. हाँ मेरी प्रोफाइल है. ID is crazy. Hono app is something that I have created. I think update project. This is the name I can change from here. Settings. Already, I think Hono app is here. I can directly from here settings, then database. Okay, API keys. Okay, backups, accelerate. And from here what I can do, boost your application performance with scalable connection pooling and global database caching. Setup guide, setup, add accelerate to your application. Okay, generate API key. I will have to use this Prisma client latest extension and accelerate, and this is how I can do it. Great job, great. Settings, anything else that I can change here? Settings, under setting. Wow. Click on inside, setup guide, and ultimately I'm here setup. Follow these steps to add accelerate for your application. The thing is that I have to build a Hono application because that can be directly deployed, and for that I need to know how to use this. You will use the below generated API key in your accelerate connection string to authenticate requests. Thank you. Set up accelerate client extension. We recommend using the latest version of Prisma for optimal results. If your Prisma version is below 5.2.0 below, please follow. Okay, got that. Install the latest version of Prisma client and accelerate Prisma client extension. Install the latest version of Prisma client, accelerate Prisma client extension. So we are doing that. We are installing Prisma. We are installing Prisma client at the rate latest and at the rate Prisma extension accelerate. Great. Then generate Prisma client for accelerate. npx generate npx Prisma generate no engine edge wrong running serverless. So for serverless, this edge for this. Okay, I will be going with serverless. Extend your Prisma client instance with the accelerate extension. Wow, great, understandable. I will create the instance of the Prisma client. Once I have that, I will have to simply extend it and I will get it from this. Interesting, great job. Add caching to your accelerate queries. So await Prisma, find many, where this cache strategy and TTL 60 means what? Once you have added accelerate to your application, you can view your project uses inside tab. What happens is that when we use workers, there are many workers in this world, and we do not use any server, rather we are going with serverless architecture. So when we actually deploy our application, so many workers will try to hit our application, and in that case, if we are not using this accelerate, ultimately if we are not caching the result, I hope we are caching the result, I will read more about detail or whatever that needs to be cached. If you are not doing that, lots of requests will be sent, and then you know what will happen. You will be paid and all, maybe. What's your study timing? My study timing, 6 बजे उठो, wake up at 6, start at 6:30, लगे रहो, थक जाओ तो थोड़ा रेस्ट ले लो, खाना पीना खा लो, नहाने का मन करे तो नहा लो, वरना ठंड है, कौन नहाता है? और क्या, लगे रहो, थोड़ा बहुत घर का काम आ जाता है, तो मतलब शाम को ऐसे मेनली काम आता है, दुकान है तो थोड़ा सामान लेने जाना पड़ता है, बस इतना ही होता है. So this much only I have to do, and apart from this particular thing, yeah, I don't need to worry about anything. Thankfully my mom manages the things. I do have to do household chores, but not that much. So thanks to my mom, she handles everything, so I have enough time, and that is why I'm thinking of just giving my all. Serverless environments have one big problem when dealing with databases. There can be many connections. It's not getting connected. Yeah, it connected again. Wow, 6:30. Yeah. Usually I take just around half an hour to just freshen up and then start studying. What else? There can be many connections open to the DB since there can be multiple workers open in various regions. So there can be multiple like workers all over the region. Then they will connect to your database, and then there can be many uh, many corrections, and that's not gonna be good. So what is the problem? The Prisma library has dependencies that the Cloudflare runtime does not understand. So ultimately what? Prisma has lots of dependencies that Cloudflare runtime does not, Cloudflare runtime does not understand, and for that thing we use this. That's great. I got even this thing, I got this. Ultimately I will get the database URL, if I'm not wrong, accelerate Prisma data.net and all. Okay, replace it in env. The database is going to be Prisma accelerate Prisma.net, and this. Then npm install Prisma extension. Then nps Prisma generate no engine. After that, the code we have over here, post async, then name client a database URL that we get from environment variable. Once we have this, again we are using Hono over here. So first of all, I will get my body from request.json. Once I got that, I will get the database URL from the environment variable. Once I got that, Prisma new client, then new Prisma client, database URL extends. Oh, whenever we are making the connection, that's great. Then whenever I'm doing this, I'm creating it, I have to just simply create it, and ultimately it's done. Time to create an application, bro. Anything else? I need to go through this. Pooling. Connect to Prisma Accelerate. Okay, this is it. If I want to connect to my Prisma Accelerate, this is the URL that I get. I will be just using this URL and I'll be done. Lovely. And Prisma config is going to be like this. Over here I will have a URL, and Prisma schema is going to be looking like this. If you wanna add something, Prisma client is going to be looking like this. By the way, you will have to migrate and generate and all. Query database is going to be looking like this, where you are actually extending this. So things seem to be okay. Let's do it. Let's try to get it done. If in case get stuck somewhere, so I will be taking the help of it. And enable accelerate and navigating to your Prisma data platform. Choose an environment and enable accelerate by providing your database connection string and selecting the region nearest. Okay. Navigate to your Prisma data platform project. Choose an environment and enable accelerate by providing your database connection string and selecting the region nearest database. Allow your accelerate applications. Update your database connection string. Once enabled, you will be prompted to generate an API key that you will use in your new accelerate connection string to authenticate requests. Replace your direct database URL with your new accelerate connection string. So this is going to be like this. Previous direct database URL would look like this. I will be using this one. Okay. Prisma client reads the Prisma URL database URL at runtime, while Prisma clients use the connection string defined Prisma config JS. Okay. Prisma migrate. Oh, come on, so much to read. Then point Prisma, whatever. Read ही कर लेते हैं भाई. What if I just miss something? Prisma client reads Prisma. Okay. URL from database URL at runtime, while Prisma CLI commands use the connection string defined in Prisma config TS. So connection string and that. Okay. Prisma migrator and introspection do not work with Prisma connection string. In order to continue using these features, add a new variable to env file named direct database URL, whose value is the direct database connection string. Then point it like this. Migrations and introspections will use the whatever. Install the accelerate Prisma client. Generate Prisma client accelerate like this. Okay. extend your Prisma client instance with the accelerate extension. That is right. Then if you are going to deploy to an edge runtime like Cloudflare workers Vercel functions, then okay, then import this and this. Yeah, that is right, that needs to be done anyhow. I knew that, like I know that's needed. If VS Code does not recognize extends method, refer to this section on how to resolve this. Okay, using the accelerate extension with other extensions. Okay, that's great. Use accelerate in your database queries, something like this. Define cache strategy, update a query. The with accelerate extension primarily does two things. It gives you access to the cache strategy field within each applicable model method that allows you to define a cache strategy per query, routes all of your queries through a correction pooler. No cache strategy to only use correction pool. If you simply want to take advantage of accelerate's connection pooling feature without applying a cache strategy, you may run your query the same way you would have without accelerate. By enabling accelerate and supplying the accelerate connection string, your queries now use the connection pooler by default. Well, I don't okay. Define cache strategy, update a query with the new cache strategy property, which allows you to define a cache strategy for that specific query. In the example above, SWR60 NTTL means accelerate will serve cached data for 60 seconds and then another 60 seconds while accelerate fetches fresh data in the background. Okay, it will fetch the data, it will do the cache stuff. You should now see improved performance. Okay, this is what something I can add over here. Then await Prisma, accelerate individual and text and all. Done. What is the next thing? Let's try to use Hono. Let's try to build a website and directly deploy it. This will be a serverless deployment. First of all, even I can do one thing. Instead of directly going to Hono and deploying the things, let's go to Cloudflare and try to make a website using that, and then we'll come back to these things. Okay, so let's search Cloudflare. Again, I will be generating two websites. First one is going to be using Cloudflare, second one is going to be using what is that called? Hono. And at least there should be database connection. If there is no database connection, then there's no use even making that. So let's go here and get the stuff done. First of all, talking about the websites that I have created, like there are this many ones. If I click on developer platform, I have Hono app, these are the things. I want to create one more. What to do? Simple, search again, developers, and where developer library. Developer library should be the one. Where to go now? Work product, developer products, great. Let's click on workers. Once I'm here, does it have AI? No, back to top. Getting started. Let's get started with CLI. Even read this. Cloudflare workers, a serverless. Hi, hello. Your name is Suyash, right? If I'm not wrong, correct me if I'm wrong. Serverless platform for building. Great thing to mention. This is going to be a serverless application. It will be deployed on server, but you will not have to worry about that. That is why it is called serverless. So a serverless platform for building, deploying and scaling apps across Cloudflare's global network with a single command. No infrastructure to manage, no complex configuration. You do not have to do anything, just write the code and done. With Cloudflare workers, you can expect develop. Okay, this I know what I can expect. Deploy a template, deploy with Angular CLI. We will be using the Angular CLI. Build with workers, front-end applications, back-end applications, serverless AI interfaces, background jobs, observability and monitoring. Integrate with workers. Durable, D1, KV, quiz, hypervise, workers, AI, workflows, vector, whatever. Okay, let's click on get started and click on CLI. Set up and deploy your first worker with Wrangler, the Cloudflare developer platform CLI. This guide will instruct you through setting up and deploying your first worker. Amazing, thank you. Prerequisites: I need to sign up to Cloudflare. I have done that. And the second thing is that I have to install Node.js. I have that. Okay, that's great. Use Node, but I don't need to worry about it. Use Node.js version manager like use a Node version manager like Volta npm to avoid permission issues, and change Node.js versions Wrangler. Discussed later in this guide requires Node.js. Okay, there is something called Volta. I know about npm. It means Node version manager, something like that. How they actually work? If we want to store any data, how it will be stored, you are talking about Prisma. So Prisma provides a database from its own side over here. If you go to Prisma Accelerate, just go to console.prisma.io. over there you can actually create apps from your databases. Like I have created 5 databases over here, and once you click on that database you will get a connection string. You can connect it to that. And then it provides one feature that is called Prisma Accelerate. It is mainly useful when your app will get lots of connections, because there are many workers. If there were only one worker, we did not have to worry about it. But there are many workers, so there are going to be many connections. So in order to get rid of this problem, we have something called Accelerate Prisma. It simply caches the connection so that you don't have to create new connections, rather the same connection is going to be used. By the way, I will be knowing more about it, but for now this is the thing that I got. Let's close this over here. Create a new worker project. I can use npm, I can use yarn, I can use pnpm. Let's go with npm right now. Npm create Cloudflare @latest in my app. Let's use this. And for what would you like? We will be just defining all these things on my own, so I don't need to worry about it. What files did C3 create? These are the files. You can know more about it. Develop with the Wrangler CLI. What if I already have a project in a Git and all? You can just get it back. Develop with Wrangler CLI, Wrangler dev, npx Wrangler dev, and write code. You have to start writing code and done. So hi. Let's do it. So what I'll be doing over here, let's close everything. First of all, I'm going to use Cloudflare for creating the app, and I will deploy that app too. So it's not like I will just be creating the app, I will be deploying the app. This is the most important thing. That app will have its own database. Let's see what all we can do. Using Hono, it's easy. I don't know how hard or easy it's going to be using just Cloudflare directly. That is why Hono is the library for writing Cloudflare code. So that is something that I need to, I can keep this chat section on the right screen over here so that I can have a look. You're welcome. And the thing that I have to do, ls, and that's gonna be which application? Simple application, that's gonna be to do. Let's create that. So the command is npm create Cloudflare @latest, and over here I have to provide my worker name. Why do I have to create a worker? Worker will handle everything. I just have to write my code. Worker will take care of everything. Do I know what's gonna happen next? No. I have my documentation. I have just overall idea. Let's see how we can get the things done. Otherwise, we can definitely get the thing done using Hono, but let's directly use Cloudflare to just create the application. To do app. Let's do it. Let's let the to do app be created, and then we will be just okay over here. What would you like to start with? Hello world example, framework starter, application starter, template from GitHub or repo. Let's click on framework. Play games. What? Play games? Do you want me to play Free Fire over here? Hono. What? Okay, now it seems to be alright. There are too many if I'm not wrong. Yeah. Actually there are too many, or it's just, let's stop it. Let's try it again. Okay, let's click on framework starter first of all. And in framework, I have analog, angular, astro, this. I have Hono over here. Interesting. I can use Hono framework. Next.js, I can use Next.js. Great here. Okay. That means it does support Next.js. I can write code in Next.js, and that will be interesting if that is so. Okay, Next.js is here, Hono is here. I even have React over here. If I just go back and go to application starter, so I have a scheduled worker queue, they are not needed for now, so let's go back. Framework starter is going to be a better option, and over here either I can go with Hono or I can go with Next.js. Let's go with Hono. I will create two ones right now. I want to check what I get in Hono section. I will be going with the Next.js as well just right now, but I want to check the Hono. Bro, coding is very big game itself. Wow, what a quote. It will make you play the game throughout the day, but still the bug will not be gone. There will be a bug, you will play with that bug all the day, but still you will get stuck, like you will be stuck over there. You will be just, your mind will be running, figuring it out. Okay, do you want to use Git for version control? Yes, I do. Let's go ahead. Do you want to deploy your application? Not now, right now. And this is done. Let's see what all we have got. So over here we have an application called to-do application, and in here I have index.js file. Oh my god. Okay, sorry. The thing is that I chose Hono, and because of choosing Hono, this express-like code is being shown here. I was thinking I am using Angular. Why am I getting this Hono like Express code over here? Did it start supporting Express? But no, it does not support Express. It supports Hono. Hono is just like Express looking like code, but it is not exactly, what can I say? It's not exactly Express code. Cloudflare does not support Hono. Does not support Express. So this is the code I got. This is a simple code. Hono. Ultimately, I'm getting Hono from Hono package. Then I'm creating the app using that. Again, these are the features, like bindings is going to be Cloudflare bindings because I'm using Cloudflare over here. And this is how I can just create the route for me. So there's a route called /message. This is the context. Context means it has your request. It has your request as well as response. In Express you use request and response. Here we use context, and then context.text is equal to hello world. The thing is that, or I can say the good thing is that you can directly deploy this application. How can you do that? Let's see. For that you will have to even log in. So how can you log in? npx, let me try. Wrangler login and all. I think this was the command. Need to install the following packages. Oh yeah, install it. Let me one thing. Can I do npm install for installing the packages and all? Well, first of all I have to go to cd to do, then npm install. I think the packages are already installed. Okay, how can we log in? Okay, is there any way to log in? npx wrangler dev, it will simply start that, but before that I wanna log in. Wrangler deploy, before that I will have to log in. I hope it's mentioned here. It is not mentioned here. That's amazing. Okay, let's try to do it from our own side. npx wrangler login. First of all I have to log in, and let's see, attempting to log in. I need to make sure that I am connected to my Cloudflare account, and then I will be able to push the code inside that. Let's allow it. You have granted authorization to Wrangler. Right now we are logged in. What is the next step? Simple thing. I can run npm run dev. If I run npm run dev, it will start running the code on my local device. And if I just say B for opening it over here, I am getting hello Hono. And why am I getting it directly over here? This is /message, but the thing is that I'm getting it directly here. Well, it runs on its 787 port / message. Okay, this is the response I'm getting. Okay, that was by default response that is sent by hello Hono, and this is the exact response that I'm sending. By the way, from there, if I want, I can actually send a JSON string, JSON data. So it's gonna be like a message, and message is gonna be hello everybody. So right now I'm using Hono. It supports Next.js as well, so we will be taking care of everything. But let's go with this right now. Okay, let's refresh it. Now I'm getting an object. Simple. What is the next thing? First of all, I just want to deploy this much. Even I will say greeting. Let's create greeting, and over here I will say the message is going to be good. What time is it? Afternoon. Yeah. So good afternoon, everybody. Okay, and this is going to be greeting. Suppose I wanna deploy this greeting. What is the problem? The problem is the instantiation is excessively deep and possibly infinite. Should be fine. Okay. So let's do one thing. I'm going to deploy it right now. Where will I deploy it? I will deploy it serverless. In serverless architecture, I will not go to Vercel. I will not go to AWS and buy an EC2 machine. Rather, I will directly deploy it in a serverless architecture. And because I have logged into I have logged into Cloudflare, so I can just simply run npm run deploy, and it will deploy my application. That is it. You do not have to worry about anything at all. Just write your code and run npm run deploy. Your application will be deployed. You will get a URL and you are sorted. Let's run it. We are deploying the application. Well, we have to work on it more. But let's deploy the application and let's see whether we get the URL or not. Whether our application is hosted in some kind of servers, though we call it serverless, but at the end there must be a server, that is why it is running. Whether even we get the URL or not, and then other stuff. Let's wait for some time. It has been deployed. Again repeating, it has been deployed. You can easily get the URL and check the things. By the way, over here this is the URL that you got. HTTPS to do app coding the code.workers. This is your URL. That is it. If you actually use this URL right now anywhere, it will work. So let's use it here. I am using HTTPS to do app.codingthecode.workers.dev. Will it work if I run it? Well, it's not I'm getting 404 not found because there is no such page. I will say greeting over here, and let's run it right now. And guess what? I'm actually getting the response using the URL. That means the application that I created, that is actually has been deployed. Great. Let's go on. Now even you can use the same URL over here. The URL that I'm using, like HTTPS, you can use a URL, you can get the response in all. That means once it's deployed, it's deployed. Okay, this is the first thing. What is the next thing that I can do? I can create a simple to-do application or something. We need a database URL for that too. Okay. Should we do it? Because we will need a database URL for that. So let's do it. First of all, what we will be doing? Let's install some of the packages as we are using this, so why not? First of all, what do I need to do? First of all, let's go here. Cloudflare is done. We know how to do the things. And let's even check the other things if they are available over here. Setup, this is how we can get the setup done. Push origin main, okay. This is all about continue development, clone, get a directory, add commit your is okay, that's great. Prompting. How about the prompting and thing? Okay, this is how we can get the prompting done. Passing a system prompt, JavaScript inside this, and request in VCTX, and templates. These are the many templates for many other things, so you can just have a look at them from here on if they may be some kind of help. I will be just going examples. Okay, what is our application gonna look like? Very simple, straightforward. We want to build an application that is going to be a to-do application, and we are going to be using Hono over there. Interesting. By the way, if you have a look over here, the to-do application has already been deployed. So this time what I want to do, I want to install some packages over here. So let's install those packages. If I actually go to Prisma, if I go to the top, first of all, what do I need to install? I actually need to install some of the packages. They haven't been mentioned here, but never mind. Okay, here they are. I have to install npm install Prisma, and these are the things. So let's copy it from here. Let's install these packages too, and I am going to install those packages. So ultimately, as the application is deployed, we will be using the database URL as well, so that we can just actually save the things well. And this is just going to be our database. Yeah, to do app, just the database. That means you will have to create a front end from your own side. Okay, what is the next thing? Once this thing is done, then npx prisma generate. I need an env file. Okay, let's create a .env file over here as well. So for that particular thing, why do I have it? Do I have it here? Let's remove it. I'm gonna create a .env file over here. .env. Over here I will have my database URL. And once I have this database URL, what will I be doing? First of all, I'll get a database from Accelerate, Prisma Accelerate ultimately. So this is the Hono app that I'm creating. Let's click on it. And as for the, let's try to connect, and right now I will generate a new connection string. Let's generate the string right now. I will be using Prisma Accelerate over here. This is something that I have to copy. Once I have copied it, I'm gonna be pasting it here. So this particular thing is done. What is now? Okay, I have my Prisma URL, and the data will be saved over there. That is a good thing. The next thing that we can do is to actually start working on it. How do we start working on it? And for this thing, this has been mentioned over here. Let's get this particular thing done here, and then we'll be done. So Prisma main, and let's copy this whole thing. Prisma client, query your database, copy it. We may have to create our schema as well. Yeah, we will have to create the schema as we have installed Prisma. Yes, so in that case, let's do one thing, ls, and I can do one thing, npm or maybe npx prisma init. It will be initializing my schema here. Okay, let's make it npx, let's make it npm init prisma init. Okay, that was right, npx. I may have to type just double init over here. How to initialize that now? This is all about this one. Okay, and this, some commands, Prisma client, npx prisma generate. Okay, name init, but before that I have to initialize Prisma. So Prisma, let's go with that. Not Prisma, just Prisma. This is the thing. What is the next thing? Let's create a database, or npx prisma init and the db name. So that's what I was writing. To do app inside, I was writing npx prisma. Come on, yeah, the spelling was wrong. What a fool I am, but never mind. No. Ultimately, we wanna make sure that we are actually able to build a website using Hono, and we are able to deploy it. And that's gonna be simple to do application. That means at the end of the day I can actually start building let's make just the backend, use Next.js just for the front end thing. Let's see. Okay, should work fine soon. It's being initialized. Okay, let it take time. Alrighty, so ultimately right now I got my schema over here. That's a good thing. And once I got my schema, if I actually have a look at that, so what I'm getting that env file already I have that, so I don't worry about it. Output is gonna be source generated Prisma inside source. This is the provider, and I can just remove this particular part from here. Great thing, if I look at in my index dot like env file, that's already there, so I don't need to worry about it. This is the Prisma config file that got created. It's saying that import.env, so that is something I will have to import. What is the thing? It's saying that can't find module Prisma config or its corresponding declarations. Okay, let's install Prisma and .env. Control C as per it's suggesting, and npm install Prisma and .env. They are already installed, but it's not showing, so I will be reinstalling them. Having said that, we are using TypeScript over here. Things are gonna just take a little bit time, and then that will be done. By the way, that's done already. So now those errors are gone too. So let's even remove this particular section from here. Right now we are done with this. We even have the database. So I can say I will be creating database configuration. But even before that, can I actually create the client? npx Prisma. Let's migrate a dev first of all. Migrate dev. I'm using pool, should work fine. There's nothing in my schema. Can I get schema from here? What do I have in here? If I click on Prisma schema, what I'm getting? User getting, post getting. I should be able to save the data. That's great. So let's use this example models I'm gonna be using right here. I will be explaining the things exactly what's happening in the schema, but let's stop it for now, and let's go to schema file over here, and I have this schema. What is happening? We have user, okay, and it has an ID. ID is going to be the primary ID that will have default auto increment. Then I have email. Email will be string, that will be unique. I have name. Name is optional, and I have post, like it may this particular ID is a foreign ID for one of the for posts, something like this, and that is something that I have defined over here. So in post I have an int, I have title, I have content, that is optional, I have published, that is boolean. Default, by the way, false. Author is going to be the user. Ultimately it will have the author, so any post can actually is going to have an author. And what I'm saying, that the field author ID over here, the author ID field references to the ID. So author ID field in post, this references to that. So ultimately this ID is the primary ID for user, but this same ID is the foreign ID for this post post schema, something like that. So we have built this much. It's gonna be only this much. We have to save it, we have to get the data back, and we have to show, as simple as that. So this thing is done, and right now we will try to migrate the database. So let's try to do the npx Prisma migrate dev. This is the command that I'm running, and hope it will be able to migrate the database. What is doing? Prisma schema loaded from Prisma schema.prisma db postgres database url postgres public accelerate prisma data.net. That means it got my database URL as well. What is the next thing? It will try to migrate the schema to my database, and that is what I have to check whether it works the way I want it to work or not. It may take some time for sure, so let's wait for that, and once that is done, then we'll be simply going ahead. Apart from this particular thing, when it comes to Angular, it supports Next.js, and Next.js supports both front-end as well as back-end, so we will be even digging deeper into that. And meanwhile, let's focus on something else. So far, we have been discussing about serverless architecture, and even we are working on them, so that's great. The most important thing that I have to keep in mind that in serverless architecture, okay, I can enter the name init schema. Let's get it done. The main problem that we face in serverless architecture, that is that your backend, your application may have, your backend ultimately may have many connections open because there are many workers. For that thing, we are using accelerate over here so that it caches the thing. So right now it's been pushed, so let's go here, and anything else that I need from here? I don't really think so. I may need this thing, so let's do one thing. Okay, over here I have the same thing open here as well. Let's close this. Let's go to dashboard and studio, and over here I am getting two I can say names, two tables. First one is post, that's again gonna take some data. Second one is the user. So ultimately I am getting the things. Okay, what is the next step? Database is connected, Postgres is here. Okay, that's all right. And after this, once this thing is done, then I will actually be creating a DB. So let's do one thing. Let's create something called DB. Inside that I will have something called index.ts. Okay, once I have this thing over here, I will be again getting the data back from the types from Prisma. So if you go to Prisma and click on not create database, just click on their docs, then there is a good way to get the data, like instantiate the class. So I will be using that way. So what is the way over here? That must be given. Come on, there was here around somewhere. This is something that I was looking for. So let's copy it from here, and ultimately you need to create an adapter. Once adapter is created, you need to create the Prisma instance. And if I actually look at the doc here, what are they asking us to do? They are simply saying that directly create the database URL when it comes to using accelerate. So there is something that's happening right now. Does that mean we don't need to create a yeah, when it comes to using accelerate, at that time you don't even need to use a Prisma adapter. So that is something that again, good thing. If you are use what is the difference between both these? Client accelerate URL extends database, they are exactly the same, aren't they? Add the following extent to your existing Prisma client instance with the accelerate extension, and Prisma client with accelerate, new Prisma client, process.env.database URL. So everything is just the same. Let's copy and paste it there. So ultimately this is something that I have got. Okay, first of all, it requires Prisma client. Do I have Prisma client? Don't I have Prisma client? Really? And it requires process, can't find process. Do you mean install npm install saved over the type? No, so I have to install this package first of all, because I'm using TypeScript, so I need to be like some packages need they need to be installed. So that's installed right now. Any problem? Now index.ts is here. What if I try to use the same file inside index.ts, this one over here? What will happen? I'm still getting that, right? Let's try to resolve them. Can't find the process. Do you need to install definitions, npm install TypeScript, and then add a node to the types field? Node to the types field in your ts config. So let's go to the ts config, and over here Where is types? This is the type. I need to add node over here. And right now this has been resolved. This thing Edge has no exported Prisma client. Got it. Let's generate it right now. So I can say pnpm not pnpm, actually I'm not using that. Npx Prisma generate. Npx Prisma generate should be enough, because we have to generate the client, then only we will be able to import that. That is something that was missing. So the client has been generated and that is inside that. So this is a wrong way actually to get the things done. So this Prisma client will actually come from this is not the right way. As I have generated the client, I should be using that client, and if I want to use that client, so import Prisma client from where? From source generated Prisma client. This is from this place. And then what is the next thing? Argument type accelerate URL string undefined. Undefined is not assignable to parameter of subset Prisma. Accelerate URL string undefined is not assignable to subset accelerate URL. Assignable to subset of accelerate URL defined error. Types of property accelerate URL is incompatible. String is not defined. Type string. Can I make sure that it does exist? Okay, something like this. And then I'm extending it here. From here I can actually export. So this thing seems to be done. And as I am using a Prisma accelerate, because of that thing I'm not using a adapter over here. Mostly you need adapter normally. Right now you need that as per the Prisma 7 doc, but right now I'm not using that because simply I'm using a accelerate URL over here, as simple as that. Let's go ahead and over here let's remove this particular thing from here, not needed. What am I going to do? First of all, I will be saving the post. I will be saving the data of the user, as simple as this is the only thing that I'm gonna be doing. If I can do this, I will be able to do other stuff as well. Okay, so the thing is going to be first of all sign up. That's gonna be sign up. Then even that's a request is going to be post, and this is the server thing. App.post. Then I will have to add sign in at point as well. Well, these things are not gonna take lots of time, so I can get it done easily right here. And again, it will get the context. The type is going to be the context itself that will be coming from Hono JSX, and it will be going on like this. So this thing is done. What is the problem with this? I will just simply return c.json, and there gonna be some kind of message inside it. Okay, what is the problem with this? Generic context P requires one argument type. Message is equal to signing in. Okay, generic type context T. Then this is what I didn't want to use. Context I wanted to get it a context from where? I'm getting it from there only, but this time I'm getting the error context. Why am I getting the error? What kind of type am I supposed to provide with this? Let's do one thing. Let's not even use this. It's happy even without that. So why do we have to just take worry about it even more? So this much we have done, and then we will have something called app.post app.get. This will be like profile. We will even create some kind of middleware for it. So profile, and that will be c return c.json. Message is going to be fetching profile. Okay, so this much we have created, and let's see whether this actually runs or not. I'm not even sure about this one. So npm run dev. We don't even need to say npm run dev because we have a string. But deploying it over and over would not really be a good option. It will take lots of time. So let's run simply npm run dev. Deployment will be succeeded for sure. So it's running on this particular port. So let's do one thing. Let's go to postman. Use this particular port right now, and let's let's have it right now. That's gonna be get. If I just simply send it, I will not be getting anything because nothing runs over there. If I say profile, I'm getting the profile. If I say sign in, I'm okay, sign in unable to do that. Great job. I think they are get post and get. What is the problem over here? Post sign in, sign up. My bad, this should be post and then send the request, sign in and sign up. Again page not found. Yes, IGN, sign up, and then ultimately I'm getting good afternoon everybody. Do I have that? Over here I have this message. That's okay, never mind. Let's continue from here. The next thing is that we have to connect the database. So the most important thing, we will be getting the data const. We need the username. How do we get body here? Again, we will be taking the help of documentation. By the way, if I remember it correctly, so we get body using c.json. This is how c.request.json request.json. This is how we get the body. Then we await the body. So something like this. So this is how you get the body. You need to make it async, something like this. And once you got the body, so const, you will be getting two things from the body, and what those things are gonna be, first one is going to be username, second one is gonna be password. This is what is expected. I will just simply be saving the password directly. That's not a big problem. Once you got that, let's keep these things inside try catch block. I hope they support this thing as well. So let's use try catch block, and once I have this, and even I will be returning c.text over here, and that's gonna be failed. Just return JSON so that I'm actually able to show the things properly. Message is going to be failed to sign up. The most important thing is going to be the sign up section. Let's see whether we are able to sign up or not. And once this thing is done, and what is the next thing that we need to do? Once I got my username, so I will be just simply const creating the user. So user is equal to, let's get the Prisma client, Prisma client, just Prisma actually, Prisma DB. I will import it over here. Prisma dot user dot create. I will be creating the user, and I will be giving it username. Not really, I will be giving it data, and data is going to be username, and that's gonna be password, something like this. What is the problem over here? The expected type comes from property data, which is declared here on type selector. Okay. I think I need to provide data. Yeah, I do. So what is the problem with this? User data, the expected type comes from property data, which is declared on type selected. Okay. This formula extends Prisma client runtime, client args, this aggregate Prisma strategy constant. This args key of key and scales. The okay, we do not have username, rather we have name. Sorry, we have email. Let's have a look at this schema, what all we actually need to send. So if I have a look at this schema over here. So when it comes to user, you need an ID that is generated, you need email, and that is it. Forget about even the password. Let's do one thing. I don't need these many things. Even I don't need this. I just need my username and password. Even I don't need the email. So username, that can be just a string, so that I'm able to save that, and I just need a password. Password can also be a string, and this time I need to of course send it to, migrate it to DB. So let's do that. Migration npx prisma migrate dev, and this time I'm simply modifying it a little bit so that it's easy for me to just get the things done. I hope it will be quick. It's been 3.5 hours. The thing is that I do want to build an application using this. At least I should have the idea how the things work. I should be able to just configure everything, and the remaining things can be done anytime. So that is what I'm busy working. Ultimately, Wrangler is being used, that is a CLI, and in background Hono is as a framework of that. Okay, so finally modify schema. I thought it would take a lot of time, but schema, okay, never mind, that was my bad. Done is done. I can't really do anything. Okay, this thing is done. What is the next thing? npm run dev. Not even no use to run it right now. Once this thing is done, I should actually be able to enter username and password. So what is the problem over here? Of course I have to use await. Oh, getting this error again. Username does not exist in type exact. Where is the type coming from? Commit. Let's know the reason behind this error. Why are we even getting this error right now? The TypeScript error, because TypeScript is strictly object literal checking detects a username is not recognized in the expected user create input, or okay. This typically happens when the Prisma user model lacks username field or Prisma client type outdated. Okay, let's generate the Prisma client again and then see whether we still get the error or not. npx Prisma generate. Done. Am I still getting? Okay, that's gone. Well, that was the Prisma client issue. Never mind. Once the user is created, what we are saying, we will be just simply saying, we'll send the message. User is user created successfully, and once this thing is done, then signing in, getting the profile. If I got this much done, then everything else is sorted. I think so. So let's this much done only. Sign up, signing in, getting the user profile, because while getting the user profile I will be using the middleware, so that is fine. A user created successfully, and user is going to be user. I will be sending the user and password both. If not user, in that case I will be returning c.json, and message is going to be failed to create sign up user, something like this. This is something that we have created. Of course this is using Hono, and let's run it, or not this one, npm runtime, and see if it works. Getting lots of errors. See, let's check the region, check out it. First thing, flag refers to this. For more details, Prisma, I knew it, I will face it. So one more package we need to install. If you think this error is burger, then npm install @prisma/client runtime utilities. I usually face this error, and I just install this package and it's gone. npm run there. What is the next thing? Node module wasn't found. This is interesting. I have database URL. I can say one thing. I think one more thing is needed over here. This context, let's forget about that. Import .env/config this package. Let's run it again. Now what is the problem? Just few more, not few more things. Path require. Flag this for more details, imported from source client and node modules at that Prisma client and yes. The node package wasn't found on the file system, but it is built into core node. What is built into node? Let's go through Hono now. HTTP basic authentication, then return sign in. Let's select this one. So when we sign up, what do we do? I wanna check the Hono. I'm checking this. Hono docs, getting started. This is how we get the authentication done using basic auth. The build record because Cloudflare workers runtime lacks Node.js built-in link path OS and crypto use .env Prisma client reverse. Okay, flag. Okay, and this to your node compact true. Do I need to use .env file? Do I need to use .env for getting environment variables using Hono? No, you don't need .env when using Hono plus Cloudflare workers, because Wrangler automatically loads this into bindings as shown in your logs. Okay, access them directly. Interesting. c.env.database URL. That's good, yeah. c.env.database URL. Remove.env. Okay. npm uninstall.env. Okay, once this thing is done, so I will get this error. Let's remove it from here. So because of .env I was just getting this error. Interesting. Let's go to schema. Not even schema. Let's go to this place. Let's remove this particular thing from here. The whole file needs to be removed. Database URL should be fine. Let's try running it. npm run dev. npm prisma migrate dev. Okay, that should be npx. Will it be able to migrate it? Fail to load config database URL. That's right. What can I do? What do I need to change here? Cloudflare workers Hono plus Prisma remove Prisma config entirely and update your schema Prisma data source to use runtime data provided URL instead of env database URL. So URL is going to be env database URL. Initialize Prisma in Hono handle pass URL database source. Okay. c.env.database URL. I have to build it inside that. The connection needs to be made. That's insane. Ultimately we can use it there only. Let's do it. Instead of exporting it from here, let's go to source index.js. Let's remove it from here. Let's import it here, and then I will be using it in here. What is the issue? c.env database URL. The only error that I'm getting here right now, that is database URL. Property database URL does not exist on type Cloudflare bindings. This is not something supposed to be here. Well, I am stuck actually, I must say. Database declare the bindings in Wrangler Toml. Wrangler Toml name not main XTS compatibility this. Oh, if you already have it in Wrangler, we'll still do it for them, but it should also be declared. Ultimately, if I want to be good at this and all, I gotta watch some of the videos. Extract this thing. I don't need to. Wrangler.toml. Where is Wrangler.toml? Main is equal to source index. That's great. Compatibility is this much. Assets. What else do I need to add over here? Smart bindings. Database. Where's I think I need to add over there. Where's is going to be database URL and the database URL that I want to add, and anything else. I have services. Interesting, yeah. I have services. I have assets. I have where's this particular section. What is the problem with this thing? It expects a comma. This does not accept a comma, rather the top one expects this. And then my variable, so this is going to be database URL. Database URL and production ready. So I don't even think that environment variable is needed here, though I have used it over here, but even this is not needed. Let's see. Alrighty, what is the problem with this? Done. Home. Once this thing is done, what is the next thing that I need to do? Database URL. Bindings Cloudflare. Database URL variable is that. Bindings Cloudflare. Export interface Cloudflare bindings and database URL. I have to look for that file as well. Worker Cloudflare bindings. Where is that? Wrangler, not this one. I think it should be somewhere else. What was the starting point? It was like database URL and string. And was that inside a... Yeah, it was simply exporting it. So I have asset, I have observability, I have smart place, bindings, environment variables, I have turned it on, static, services, bindings, services bindings. Okay, over here my service, my service. Let's remove this particular part from here. And what I am supposed to write over here, that's gonna be database URL. Don't know. Building communicate between multiple workers. Oh, this is for working with multiple workers. Declare namespace Cloudflare. Okay, environment variable assets which are main module source index.js tsconfig compiler options types node yes Hono JSX esnib okay I'm using database URL. I may have to remove it from here probably. So far I succeeded running a normal application, but when I try to add a DB Prisma client, at that time I'm facing the issue with the connection, and it does not mean there is a issue, it simply means I don't know how to resolve it. Oh no, basic what is covered here, request response system will return using middleware, adopt a next step, starter, let's click on next step. Stacks. So it supports Zord validator, middleware writing, okay, clearing with React, okay, developers expertise, middleware. This is how we can create the middleware, that is okay. Web standard, benchmarks, routers, regex router. Hello. Okay, this is how it's created. HTML response using middleware adapter. Is this used for WebSocket or something? Cloudflare workers. Hello, deploy Hono server static files, types, testing, bindings using variables in middleware. Load env when local development. Load env. Gonna read much. So to configure the environment variables for local development, create a .dev.warsver file or .env file in the root directory of the project. These files should be formatted using the .env syntax. So like this. Then use c.env to get the environment variable. Great. By default, process.env is not available in Cloudflare. Whatever you know in Express, that's not gonna work on Cloudflare. So I accidentally installed .env. That was not accidentally, that was intentionally, but that did not work. So by default, process.env is not available in Cloudflare workers. So it is recommended to get environment variables from .c.env. If you want to use it, you need to enable Node.js flag. If you want to use it, you need to enable Node.js compared to populate process.env flag. You can also import .env from Cloudflare workers. For more details, see how to access on Cloudflare docs. Okay. Bindings should be okay. Secret key and string, and then the secret key. Great. Before you deploy your project to Cloudflare, remember to set the environment variable secrets in the Cloudflare workers projects configuration. Many things. I have to go through it. Hono, what is the name of it? This thing is gonna. What time is it? It's 3 hours. 3:29. I'll continue with this thing till 5 o'clock or something. Let me take a break of 5 minutes and then I'll be back and continue from here on. Not even 5 minutes. I just need 3 minutes around. I'll be back soon.
Through the highways till my shadow turns to sun rays, and on we'll go through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
Here we are back again. Let's continue. So what can we do right now? let's talk about go through it. Yeah, this is needed, really needed. But before that, this is mainly for development, like when we deploy it. Before that, we have this thing to go on with. So I will get my secret key and then I will be able to return my secret key, something like this. So let's try this thing first of all. But as I'm using bindings, let's set the bindings first of all. So close everything for now. Over here, database URL, type bindings is going to be equals to database URL, and that's gonna be string, and then like this. So at least now the error is gone. This is how it happens. You read the documentation. Ultimately you will have to get in the habit of reading the documentation. Then that's what I'm getting into. So this thing is done. What is the next thing? I'm getting the environment over here, and then the client will also be created. Okay, got that. Next, I got the Prisma client. At least I'm not getting any errors right now. That's something good. And as for this one, I will be just nothing. I will be deleting it. Let's run it and see. npm run dev. I will definitely get the errors, that is for sure. That is something that is undeniable. What is the thing? Service occurs, user have to do uncaught, no such module, node path. Unless you enable node compatibility, imported from. Why am I getting this error? Let's even copy it and know the region behind it. Thanks to the AI, at least it's here to guide us. Even if we know nothing, with the help of AI, we can just simply go on and know the things. And right now, this is how I can get the secret variable. Process.env. The worker is crashing because Prisma previously .env import node just build link like node path and node OS in crypto which are not available. So this is the problem that I'm getting. Enable Node.js compatibility, Node Wrangler, terminal. This enables polyfills for node path, node OS, and node crypto, etc. So Prisma node client can run in environment, run in the worker's runtime environment. This is a compatibility flag. Wrangler.toml. I don't have that. I have this. Compatibility date, compatibility flag. What is the issue with this? This is not gonna work like this. Any problem now? No, let's see. Got it again. Okay, placement we have, bindings we have, environment variables we have. This is I have set already. Assets I have, services I have. Directory. Use your secrets to store sensitive data. Bindings. this much I'm getting. Enable auto populating process.env. Bro, do you disable chat these days? If I'm actually watching a video, learning something from the video, I disable the chat. Otherwise, the chats are on. It depends. Like if I'm learning something from some source or video, at that time I turn it off. Otherwise, if I'm learning on my own, I keep it on. Oh, thankfully, there are some videos on YouTube. Now I can watch those videos and I can actually learn about it well. The thing is that so far I have been just using my own brain. It's better to learn something from a video, then start looking for the more things. There are actually good projects on Hono. I've been just struggling for no reason. Come on, yaar. Alright, at least there is this video by Hitesh Chaudhary. He actually uploaded it around a year ago, and
This when the index
And ultimately, yeah, he is talking about the stuff that I need. Good stuff. It's gonna be helpful. I've been just struggling with this for so long. The next thing that I'll be doing tomorrow, that will be learning about this, learning about Hono and all. Right now, of course, I don't have that much time that I can go through this video. Even this is 1 hour and 38 minutes long. So that is not really possible, but definitely tomorrow I will be going through these videos. So this thing is done. By the way, I'll be just stopping it right here. I've even struggled with this a lot. Then once I have done it once, like I made a project using Hono, then other projects will be easy to make and I'll be just busy making them. For now, let's simply take a break. I have been going through many things. Don't know even for how long. For 4 hours. This project will be done, but not now, later. Once I have actually learned about that well. And as for the deployments that I have made to Hono website, I will be actually deleting everything. Well, I will not be charged for that. Cloudflare. But it's better to just simply stop them if I'm not gonna use them. Start for free. Oh, sometimes things get so tedious that you end up spending around 4 hours or something, and then you find yourself still stuck with that thing. Interesting. Ouch. Why is it taking time? Like so much time? Okay, got it. Develop some of the applications I have, just simply configure the setting. To do app. Mailing this one, I used the URL also. Let's delete it, and the remaining things are gonna be alright. Maybe I'm facing the network issue right now. What's.com. And that is for sure. Let me try to fix this thing issue, if I can actually fix it. Definitely, that's the problem. I'll be back. Well, I think it was just for a moment, so let's get rid of this thing. Let's delete that. That has already been deleted. So done and done. So ultimately, what we have learned today, talking about the things that we have learned today. So we have learned about serverless architecture, how you can actually deploy your API, like your project, in a serverless architecture way, on a serverless system, and then you don't have to worry about the data, server and all. You just write the code and that's done. But again, you need to know about that. Then only that's gonna be possible. So this thing is done. And apart from this particular thing, is there anything else? Let me just have a look at that. Serverless backend is done. AWS, I have already talked enough about it. How to resolve temporary failure. Yeah, don't really need to talk about AWS now anymore. Interesting. So it's time to learn about a certificate and all, and let's see if we can actually get that thing done or not. So right now is the time when I'm going to turn myself off and just gonna be watching the videos. So far I've been just speaking, learning about this stuff and all. So yeah, excuse me, and I'm gonna be catching up soon.
close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go.
walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul.